Breathe in, breathe out with All right, folks, starting another day here and just getting into it, kind of checking out the market. Going to focus mostly on the Coinbase order book today and see if we can find some high probability scalping. How we do around here. So I always start these off with a reminder that this is for educational purposes. I'm not a financial advisor, and investments carry their own risks. Yeah, do your own research, all that good stuff. Here we go. Another day, another 25 cents. It's been kind of a battle lately, up and down, up and down. But yeah, we're going to get back into it today. It's the start of the weekend, usually around the afternoon on Friday. The market really quiets down and gets generally quieter and a bit stabler. No major news events affecting stuff as much. So looking forward to some quieter conditions this weekend.
Got me second guessing what I already know. I give you love, but you ration yours. You open up just to close the door. I stay up late, trying to read your mind. I can't read your mind, but your love got rules that change all the time. Why are you always halfway in? Got me drowning when I know I could swim. If you love me, baby, say it with your chest. Yeah, tired of the maybes, I just want the yes. Don't play me like a song on spin. If you ride for me, then ride to the end. Don't wanna love this paper thin. So why you always halfway in? You hit me up when the nights get slow, but then disappear when the highs get low. I ain't your maybe. Tell me what it is, 'cause I'm way too grown to be messing with a love like this. I give you love, but you ration yours. You open up just to close the door. You stay closing doors. I stay up late, trying to read your mind. I can't read your mind, but your love got rules that change all the time. Changing all the time. Why are you always halfway in? Got me drowning when I know I could swim. If you love me, baby, say it with your chest. Yeah, tired of the maybes, I just want the yes. Don't play me like a song on spin. If you ride for me, then ride to the end. Don't wanna love this paper thin. So why you always halfway in? Why you always halfway in? Got me drowning when I know I could swim. If you love me, baby, say it with your chest. Yeah, tired of the maybes, I just want the yes. Don't play me like a song on spin. If you ride for me, then ride to the end. Don't wanna love this paper thin. So why you always halfway in? I did it all, I played pretend. I moved the mountains to be your friend. I wanna know if it mattered. I would have gone to war for you. I would have bent the earth in two just to get to our ever after. Something about this has changed. I wanna feel you close again. Don't let go. No, I don't want this to end. Whoa. Remember
Anthony, good to have you with me today. Thanks for joining me. I've got a helicopter flying around. I got an airport near where I live, and so anyway, I may get a little chopper action coming by here. But yeah, I hope everybody's doing good today. We're just getting started, getting the ball rolling, and it's Friday afternoon. On these markets, that tends to be a time of slowing down and things becoming a bit more stable. So hopefully we've got good conditions for a solid session here. Kind of was able to, even though my portfolio says a positive, that was basically the end of last night. Kind of bringing my day to a break even. It was kind of some choppy conditions, rough, not great. So, at the end of the day, I'm happy to have gotten break even yesterday, and yeah, looking forward to seeing what the charts have for us today. But until the chat fills up and we get a little bit more activity going on, I'll stick mostly to music and trading mode. And if you have any questions, go ahead and put them in the chat, and I'll respond. It's a great question. Thanks for asking that question. Gives me something to chat about. So I appreciate you helping me get the stream going with that. Um, I do think it is possible. Just like anything financial, the bigger your bankroll is, the more likely of success you're going to have. Because you can do some strategies that kind of guarantee long-term wins, but you have to be able to withstand long losing streaks. So it's absolutely possible to, and I'm attempting to do that here slowly but surely on this channel, starting with $100 on this account, and we've already doubled in the first 2 weeks. So it is possible, but I think you have to size your bankroll based on what you have. You can't try to rush it. You can't try to rush your way to riches on this, because then you find yourself more in like a gambling mindset than an investing mindset. So, got to be patient. Got to take the wins as they come. I missed these first two markets just mostly watching and getting a sense of what's going on right now. Just being slightly cautious as I start the day. But yeah, you got to have a strategy that works long term, and there's a lot of different strategies that can work, but it has to work for the size of your bankroll, and yeah. So I think it's possible, but I also think most people lose money in these kind of ventures because, well, a lot of reasons. Getting too confident, over aggressive, and here's the ones that are killer, that just wipe you out. You lose and then you try to make it back. That's one. The other one is you don't have a stop loss, and when you lose your edge, you're not disciplined to hit a stop loss and just take a percentage loss instead of 100% of your investment loss. And yeah, the other one is just learning how to sit out when the conditions are poor for what you're trying to do. Whatever your strategy is, different conditions are going to be more conducive to doing well. So, is it possible? Absolutely. But I do think after doing this for a year and kind of spending a lot of time and energy exploring strategies, exploring, trading bots and programming different strategies, I come back to those main things as being most important. Size what you're doing based on your bankroll. Get good at taking a good loss, when the odds flip against you, and regardless of how the market ends up resulting. If you get in trying to with an edge and you feel like the edge is gone, it's time to get out, period. And yeah, and just learning to be patient and wait for your time to make your move. These are all, I think, extremely important. And yeah, I think it's possible, or I wouldn't be doing this channel, because I do believe that what I'm doing, the strategy I'm implementing, and the ability to kind of talk with the community, assess alternate strategies for different conditions. Yeah, and I just do this 6 to 8 hours a day, so I'm much more cautious about, if the market doesn't look right. If I'm not totally convinced, I just don't participate. But I'm coming at it from a very much an investment mindset and not a like get rich quick mindset. Um, this strategy and most of the stuff I do on here, however, is scalable. And as the bankroll grows, the size of the investment grows. So me doubling my bank account or my bankroll in 2 weeks is a really good sign that what we're doing here, the strategy we're using here, is feasible to, if you can do it every 2 weeks or even every month, double your bankroll, that's unbelievably good. Like, there's very few investments on the earth that can compete with that. But yeah, I think a lot of people come in with a kind of a gambling mindset, and they're going to predict the future. They're going to know what Bitcoin is going to do in the next 15 minutes. That's real tough. I mean, I think the best you can do is either wait for the sure thing kind of at the end, or be really convinced that it's going to move in a certain direction in a short time span. And that's what I'm kind of working on right now, trying to get better at predicting short movements within a 15-minute. I just want to get 10 to 15 cents per contract. So I see. I'm going to utilize the strategy in your 17-minute video further. Cool. How important is the stop loss, and how can I get one? How do you find an edge when it comes to the BTC market? Let me see here. I see. Not making a trade is still an edge, would you say? Absolutely. Having a stop loss is an edge. Most people do not. They just put their money in, they ride it to the end. And that's, honestly, if you're doing that, I think you're missing the point of predictive markets. You have an opportunity to trade your position. I don't see any reason to hold anything to the end, especially on these markets where you can get 99.9 at the end. Only have to sacrifice 0.1 cent per contract to be insured to be out of it before the end. And with the stop loss, I kind of show how to do that in the video. I'll show it throughout. Whenever I get in a position today, I'll show that. But yeah, it's just, basically how it works for me is, let's say I were to get in, I would not, because I'm always wary of the up position, but let's say I get in now on up at 76 cents. Okay? And I see the price is 136. The target to beat is 102. Okay, so I'm in. I do my take profit right away. I set it at 99.9 or whatever I want, 95 or whatever I want to do. But now I go over and I look at the current price, and I'll lose my edge when it hits 50%. So I want to get out a little before that. So my stop loss number right now would be, let's say, 64,110. If the price gets to 64,110, I have to sell. That's just the rule of my strategy. There's no should I or shouldn't I. I just pick a number. If it hits there, it's too dangerous. I've got no edge at that spot. I can stay in up until that moment, but I have to press the stop loss if it hits 110 or lower. And I want to set that up so I can just press one button to do a stop loss, because you cannot set a stop loss ahead of time really on Kalshi, for predictive markets at least. So you have to kind of have it set up to go so you can just press a button and sell. And I show how to do that in the 17-minute video, and I'll definitely, whenever I get in a position here today, be showing that. Boom! The strategy in the corner of your life is the same strategy you're currently doing? Yeah. Especially on the weekends, I'm going to switch over to, end of the market, high probability scalping. That's what I'm going to be doing. But sometimes, if the conditions are chaotic, I might do that mid-market or in the beginning of the market and just try to ride a surge of 5, 10, 15 cents. What up, Surge? How you doing, man? There is an actual stop loss. I don't know how to use it on the computer, though. Hey, what's up, Rainbow? I don't believe there is, sir. If you show me how to do it, I'd love to see it, but no, I don't think there is. So if I were right now to say, okay, I want to sell if the price gets to 40 cents, right? Well, if I put in 40 cents and press sell, it's going to sell at the current market price. It's going to just cash me out right then. It's not going to like hold a position for 40 cents and wait for the market to get there to cash me out. If there is, never mind. I was thinking about auto collect when you win. That's different. Yeah. So you can do a take profit. Yeah. You can set up a number that's when you're buying, you can set up a number that's below the current price on a limit order, and it'll be on the board until it gets filled. And when you sell, you can set a sales price above where the market is, and it will sit there waiting for somebody to take it. So for buying, you can go below. For selling, you can go above, and it'll just sit on the board. But you can't do the other way around because it'll just give you the best price available at that moment. And so what you kind of have to work the system to, and I've shown how to do it in the video. Let's see, should we get in here? Up, I'm always cautious about 160. Yeah, all right. I'll just do 11. And so here's me buying. I'm buying above. This is basically me saying I want the best price available. So I bought at 99, but it gave me 91.67. And that's basically me just saying to the system, hey, I want to take the best price available up to 99. All right, so I'm going to go in, do my take profit. For this, how confident am I? It's falling. I kind of hate having the up position in general. Yeah, just for, I'll just do 97 today to get it started. Okay, all good. Now, here's how we do stop loss. Here's our order right here. It's our one resting order. Click on that. There's our price at 97 cents. So we're trying to sell, yes, at 97. Here's my stop loss, 1 cent. And now all I have to do is press confirm. It's not going to sell at 1 cent. It's going to sell at the best price currently available when I press that button above 1 cent. So now we got to keep an eye on our stop loss. I think we're going to keep it the same at 110 that we were talking about earlier. So the position has lost value already. It's fallen. Got to be ready. Here's a great example. Let's do our stop loss. It looks like it's gonna happen. There it is. So, what a shitty way to start the day. But I guess I asked for a good example of using a stop loss. There it is. And see, you could say, oh, you shouldn't have done that because it bounced back. That's just not how my strategy works. It's like it got too close. It got to the edge. My position at 90 cents a share or whatever it was is no longer valuable at that level. And now there's time left in the market, but I've already been burned once. I'm not a fan of the up position in the current market, just in general. There's a lot of down pressure in this market. So, and it's a bear market in general for the last year. So, I'm always wary of the up position, but yeah, it's a great example, a great opportunity to show how the stop loss works. So, let me see. I see. So, a stop loss is a certain benchmark you wait for, and by using discipline, you immediately get out of it. Yeah, that's correct. Yes, he said, like, there's no actual stop loss. Sorry, I didn't mean to mislead you. I'm new here and haven't watched the videos. Does it show how to get these charts and how to read them as well? We don't go into the charts, how to get them and how to read them, but I'm happy to walk you through that. I'll do a video on that eventually, and it's a great question because that would be a good video to do. But I'm happy to answer your questions. We've got Bitcoin, we've got Kalshi's obviously on the left side of the screen, the website, and we're using limit orders. That's kind of the big thing. So if I were to click on up right now, we've got up here in the right hand corner of this buy and sell thing it says dollars, shares, limit, and this option right here. When you're new and you're just figuring it out, do not do the one click. Give yourself a chance to review your decision before you submit it. But once you're really confident what you're doing, you can go to one click. So basically you don't have to like, yes, confirm, right, correct. And now if you're doing dollars and shares, all you got to know about that is that you're going to get placed, but it's going to be at whatever the price is at that moment, and you're going to pay a fee to Kalshi for doing it. That's called being a taker. So it's simpler. You don't have to worry about it. You're going to get placed, but you may not get the best price. You may not. You're going to pay fees. The fees aren't that much, like less than a penny a contract, I believe. But it can add up over time and a big, it's a percentage of your potential winnings. So you keep that in mind. We use limit orders to have more control over the situation. We say where we want to. We can still choose to pay the Kalshi fees by bidding above where the market currently is, which will act exactly like bidding in dollars or shares. But we can also bid lower, and wait for that price to reach us. And if we do that, we don't pay any fees. We're considered what's called a maker. So we're making the market. We're saying, hey, if anybody wants to buy it at this price, I'm here. And when you do that, you're a maker, and Kalshi doesn't charge you any fees because you're providing the liquidity in the market, right? On the other hand, if you're taking a bid or an ask that's already on the board, you're taking that bid. It's so it's just important to know that why are we using limit orders, and that's why. So that's kind of like basically everything you need to know about this Kalshi screen. Yeah, I'll have to catch up on the chat here after I explain all this. So the other one we've got on the screen, the other main one is a site called TapeSurf, TapeSurf. TapeSurf, this is a free, what I'm using is a free service. I'm using the Bitcoin order book live, and I'm just focusing on Coinbase. I could just go into Coinbase. I do have an account with them. I could have, directly from them, their order book on Coinbase Pro or Coinbase Advanced, whatever they call it. But it's fine. This works fine. I can also switch to a few other ones. I can add in Binance and whatever. But basically what we're doing here is seeing This is real time. Like, these are people asking for a certain price, so they're selling. The red is selling. The green is buying, and they're saying, just like we would on Kalshi, they're coming in and they're saying there must be a fire around here because like the helicopters are coming and going. I'm guessing there's a fire somewhere. I should probably go out and take a look and see what's going on. So I may do that here in a little bit, but yeah. So we're basically seeing where the orders are. So same as on Kalshi, somebody's coming in right now, probably a bot or something, and throwing a bunch of orders on the board. Right? These are people. These are corporations. All kinds of people. Whoever's using Coinbase, it's on this board. Now we don't have it we have it broken down into groups, so it's not like the whole list of every price that's available, but it's putting every order that's on the board into a category. And so we're on 2.5. So we're kind of it helps us to give us a big picture of what's going on, but also kind of good detail of what's happening in the moment. Basically, what we're looking for is when we get a big block of orders like this, see, it's pretty heavy on top. If somebody comes in and wants to buy right now, to eat through all these orders, they'd have to buy a bunch of Bitcoin. So it kind of serves as a block, and when it gets thin on the other side, it'll move in that direction, because if somebody decides to sell to this buyer down here and they sell a bunch of it, it moves through a bunch. So you think of it maybe contrary to initial thoughts, that the bigger the chunk is, especially closer to the line, like when we get in right in here, right on the line. See, right now it's really pressing down 3.7 versus 0.1. All that being said, all of this depends on somebody wanting to buy or sell at a given number. And there are plenty of folks out in the world that buy 100, 1,000, Bitcoin at a time, which is, when you see the price shoot through the roof, that's somebody coming in buying a bunch of Bitcoin, and they eat up all of these numbers because they have to they have to get all of these available shares, and that presses the price up. The same thing on the sell side. If somebody comes in and sells a big chunk of Bitcoin, they will eat through all the orders underneath the line. So there's a tendency for a big chunk to push the other direction, but it doesn't guarantee that that's going to be the case. All right, I need to catch up on the chat because I may be overwhelming with information at this moment. So let's see where we're at there. Limber, appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just some chill dude out in the redwood forest who just wants to have community and share, whatever I know at this moment, and hopefully help some folks make better decisions, or at least more informed decisions on this. So I appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. I'm going to look into stop loss more. I've gotten more familiar with the limits. How many times out of 10 you say down wins? 50% of the time. Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, long term, if you were to go back in time and run the numbers, there might be a slight advantage for down in a bear market and a slight advantage for up in a bull market, but it's pretty 50-50. Otherwise, everybody would be doing that if there was an advantage there. Do you pay a fee when doing limit orders and still getting instantly in? Yes. So if you decide to basically pay, when I get in and I don't mind paying the fee, I just bid at 99. It'll give me the best number that's available at that moment. So yes, and I would pay a fee for doing that. But it's basically the same thing as buying with dollars or shares. Same thing. You're just saying I'll buy at the best. Even if it's changing, I just want to buy at the best number, and that's exactly what happens when you do dollars or shares. So yes, you pay the fee, and sometimes it's absolutely worth it. Especially when you have to make a quick decision. The price is moving fast. You want to get in. Make sure you get in. You definitely want to bid above where the market currently is. Got to hit the like. Thank you, Serge. I think I always got to make sure I'm liking myself. I'm like, hey, I like me. I appreciate all of you who hang out with me and enjoy my company as well. So anyway, I was going through the long explanation of like what everything is on the screen. If I haven't completely overwhelmed that person that was asking those questions, just let me know that you're tracking the things I'm telling you, and if I should keep going. There's only a couple more. The chart and the CF benchmarks is basically the only other things. But yeah, I probably should go see if there's a fire nearby. I live in a forest, so, probably should find out. Okay, later. I'll do it later. But yeah, it's pretty impressive to watch. We had a fire last summer, and pretty impressive to watch all the helicopters come in, grab the water. I live right on the river here. They just grab the water right out of the river in these big, trampoline type containers, and then they just go and dump it on the fire. And they get like 5 or 6 of them in rotation delivering water to the fire. It's like, man, what an operation. All right, we got some questions or some comments here. Let's see. So, for example, this current market isn't appealing to you. I got to be honest. I am so focused on the chat at the moment that I'm like being a terrible trader. I think I'm distracted by these helicopters. That's what's really happening. But anyway, yeah, there's nothing particularly wrong with this market. I'm not super interested because I see a pretty even order book. I see like it could go either way right now. I don't really have a sense of that. It's not that far away from the strike point, so it can change pretty fast. And my strategy relies on being like really sure, like really, locked in. Oh, this is definitely going to finish in this direction. I would, if there wasn't so much red on that order book, I'd be more interested. But there's a lot of attempt to kind of press the price down with all those asks on the board right by the line. So, yeah, I'm not super interested in this one. Like, it wouldn't be a terrible thing to get involved with. You got 50 points of spread between the two. We're at 206 right now, and the price to beat is 156. So 50 points, not bad. You have only 5 minutes to go, so there's time to get out. But yeah, I would say this is not quite a sure thing just yet. So I'm waiting, I'm waiting and anticipating. But any market can be a good market given a shift that can happen at any moment. So, I like how you were showing more of the order book. Yeah, that was my decision today, Serge. I was like, I'm going to simplify, and I'm going to expand that order book so I can see more of it. So I'm glad you appreciate that. I was happy with that decision as well. Helicopters are cool. I mean, I wouldn't trust that. I would never get in a freaking helicopter, though. Because you just know, I mean, your whole life depends on that blade not failing. Like, as soon as it fails, you're done. How much you usually bet on the 15-minute? Right now, I'd say I'm doing, if I'm like really confident, I'm doing 5 to 10% of my bankroll. That's if I'm really confident, and I still have a stop loss, so I don't even have that much at risk. I have about half of that at risk. So in reality, I'm in with like 5 to 10%, but at risk is probably 2.5 to 5%. You know, it's about half of that because I will do a stop loss at about 50% of the value usually. So even when I lose, it's, you know, and that's really important for this strategy in particular. Oh, I'm loving it right now. I did want to ask, let's see. I did want to ask that if there is a big wall near the line, would that mean it would start to trend that way and to grab a bid on that side or opposite? Carlos, back at it. So yeah, the opposite. Just think of it this way: all we're seeing on the board is people wanting somebody else to do something, and the movement requires somebody coming in and actually doing something. And when you've got a big chunk like right now, a lot of red on top, very thin underneath, very thin. Price will want to move. Doesn't mean it will, but will want to move down, because if anybody comes in and accepts those bids with a big order, it will chew through all of those orders. So the order book is challenging because it is dynamic. It's changing all the time. It'll shift in a moment. But it does give you a sense of where the market is, the intention of the market is. Right now, in general, I would consider the intention of this market with more down energy at the moment. But you always got to keep in mind that this is just like, we're looking at what's available on the board. What we cannot predict, what we do not know, is the intention of somebody coming in and deciding they want to buy or sell, like at that moment. But yeah, if somebody comes in and buys 100 shares of Bitcoin right now, it would chew through all of these asks right here and drive the price way up, right? Because there's less than 100 in this screen. You know, it would drive it all the way up off the screen. But and the same is true on the other side. So we're at the whim of rich people around the world who are playing playing games with their money. So, you know, always keep that in mind. That's why we have a stop loss. That's why we try to get on a high probability, and even high probability fails sometimes. So that's what we're dealing with. The order book just gives us kind of a tendency of where things want to go in a given moment. And you can see how fast it changes, how orders go up, come down. Somebody buys, it clears it out. Like, this is the entire Coinbase operation in our view. So what's up, Dr. Fizz? Dr. Fizz is back. Dr. Fizz. All right. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take 5 minutes. I'm going to put the music on. I'm going to go for a little walk and find out what the hell's going on with all the helicopters around me. So I'll be back.
Breathe in, breathe out with you. don't know if I can find my way out. I'm stuck in a prison of doubt. In this torsion, and everything is growing up tight. There's no room to breathe, and nobody is watching at night. Who wanna rise up? Need a friend to shake me out again. Need a friend to shake me out again. I don't know if I can find my way out. In this torsion, and everything is growing up tight. There's no room to breathe. Fall into the ocean. I'm reaching out, I'm reaching in. The water is rising over me. The water is rising. It's coming. I'm reaching out, I'm reaching in. The water is rising over me. The water is rising. I'm reaching. It's coming. I'm reaching. The water is rising over me. I'm reaching out, I'm reaching. The water is rising. It's coming in.
All right, I'm back. So yeah, it looks like they're just doing a training exercise. I don't see any smoke in the region. So yeah, I'm glad I went out and put my mind at ease that I don't have a fire building around me. So it do be getting dry out here in the west when especially when we get to like August, September. September is like bad fire season out here. So they're probably doing a training exercise today, getting all the equipment ready and everybody on the same page for when it does happen. So we had like three within the view of my house. We had 3 fires within like 3 weeks of each other last year. So it's so funny. It rains all winter. It's just wet, damp. It's always wet, and then it doesn't rain at all in the summer, and it gets super dry. So let's see. Let's catch up on where we're at here. 144. part of me thinks, when it gets to like 98 or whatever, I should just throw 100 shares in there, grab $1. But I don't know. It's such high risk, low reward, that I don't know. I don't know if that's a great idea or not. Probably not. All right, we're kind of pretty mid on the chart. RSI is 46. That's mid. We're within the Bollinger Bands. So yeah, basically there's no indication real strong from the chart of any direction here. So yeah, we'll just kind of get ready for the next market, and yeah. But yeah, let me check in on the chat. Hurricane season in Florida, yeah. My understanding is all the Florida residents just kind of have parties when there's a hurricane. Yeah, I lived in North Carolina for a while, and so I had a couple big storms move through while I was there. And that is one thing I love about where I am now. The only time it can get dicey is really the middle of the winter. We get some big, basically typhoons. Like they're hurricanes, but on the other side, and they can pack a punch. But I would say 98% of the time, it is like still. It's like it's just a soft breeze, 70 degrees, and then it gets cloudy and rainy in the winter, and it's sunny in the summer. That's a summary of what happens here. It's pretty mellow. Rainbow's like, come on, man, let's lock in. All right, I'll do it. I'll lock in. I've assessed the helicopter situation. We're good on that. So let's see what we got here. Order book, kind of thin in both directions. Could move either way. Maybe slightly more favoring down. 183. There's definitely folks buying right now. And keep in mind, we are, I would say, officially transitioning into the weekend right now. People are getting off work. They're going on a weekend trip. They're probably not focusing as much on trading Bitcoin. So this can be to our advantage because it gets a little bit more stable, a little bit more predictable. If you've been watching the last few markets, what is your thoughts? Let's look at the last hour. Yeah, pretty mellow. Like a down movement and a slow up movement and a slow down movement. Yeah. So we'll track this and see if we've got weekend energy beginning to set in. If so, that 70-cent up would be really safe if we are making that transition into quiet time. But it's a little on the edge. It's still working hours on the East Coast, 4 p.m. Most definitely middle of the day on the West Coast. So I think the transition is really solid around 5 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. On the East Coast. I thought it has been pretty good because I made 8 cents when you were checking in for the helicopter. Okay. Last 3 hours have been slow up. Look at the chart here. Yeah, really slow up. Well, relative to what happened before that. So, yeah, kind of a general mildly up pattern. I think I was saying last night on the riding the streak strategy, I had been only doing down, and I had never done an up one. And then the first time I did an up one, I lost. So it's like, of course, why wouldn't it? Let's see here, 196, 161. And I'm fairly new to these markets and investments in general, but I do have a theory that's kind of evolving, and it may be true. I may be just stating the obvious, but I wonder if there's a tendency to sell off on the weekend, so that on Monday morning there's liquidity, there's money in the bank ready to go to buy whatever's happening. So that's just something I don't think it's always true, but I wonder if that's a pattern that does exist. Especially Sunday afternoon with the crypto, just kind of getting ready for the new week ahead. It's something to watch over the weekend. I don't know. Boy, somebody threw in 11.1 Bitcoin at 142.5, saying up. Somebody is pushing up hard. So I would be hesitant to get in at this moment, because like there's a bit of a battle. Well, down won that battle. And the thing we can't tell is if that position was bought or if they took it down, it always seems like there's pretty solid down pressure. It's just really a matter of how thin it is on the other side, I think, is what I'm starting to pay more attention to, is how thin does it get. That's pretty thin on the bids. $145, $161. Yeah, I'm not interested yet. I mean, long way to go. Let me get into trading mode. I've been terrible about doing that today. Let me turn off the mic, focus on trading. Good luck, everybody. I'll see you when this market's done. So even though that one was within 20, um, I saw the order book. We were already down 20, and then I saw the order book get real heavy on top with asks, making it really hard for the price to rise. So yeah, got in there, got my 10 cents, made back the earlier setback. So back to even, kind of where I've been for. I usually make my money on the weekends and try not to lose it on the weekdays. I actually have. It would be terrible for going live because there'd be nobody watching, but I really do my best trading on the weekends and like the wee hours of the morning on the West Coast. So like after midnight, there's a big old Pacific Ocean where nobody's, it's like no people there, and there's a period of time during the day where it gets really quiet, and I tend to do pretty well in those conditions. The ones that are hard is when it's so unpredictable. You have no idea what's coming. Could go up, could go down, could go up 100, could go down 500. Like, who knows? So we're getting. I feel like pretty comfortable right now. It seems pretty nice and slow and steady. If it's already down or it's already up and there's pressure that's going to keep pushing it that way, I'm happy to get in, grab that 10 cents, 15 cents, 5 cents, whatever, and get out. So we're still doing high probability scalping. It's just the entry point is not based on a time. It's based on time is a factor for sure. The later it gets, the quicker the price will move. So if I see a slight advantage and the energy is really pushing with that advantage, I'll go with it. So we'll see how that goes. I felt real good about that one, bro. Up 8 cents. Yeah, that was a good one. Up 8 cents. Keep going, man. I felt good about that one. I dipped in twice and won both. Nice. I thought about it, but quite honestly, I think it's like doing one trade per market while I'm running a live and attempting to be engaging and all that stuff. I think once is fine. And, I hate to tempt my fate. Now, I would have no interest in being involved in what's happening currently. Less than 2 minutes to go, diving toward the strike. Like, no thank you. Like, all the best to anyone who wants to be involved in such a thing, but it ain't me, babe. So it gets real dicey down here in these areas. Less than 10. See, I mean, it's at 98 right now, but it could flip to 98 on the other side in a heartbeat. So, no thank you. Pass. Hard pass. All right, we got a win. Win under the belt. We know what for those joining me, I had a bunch of I still have a bunch of helicopters flying around. I think they're doing a training exercise, but I had to figure out what was going on with that before I settled in for this session. But thanks to who was that? Rainbow. Rainbow was like really encouraging me to lock in, so I appreciate that. We locked in. We got a win. All right. So I'm gonna do a little bit different. I'm gonna go silent at the beginning here, so I just keep my focus on trading. Once the position is closed, I'll come back in and chat.
Jaybird singing something about the way things used to be. Now I'm dancing on a wire like a cheap paper tiger, strumming on a heartstring stereo to a song that no one knows, and it goes like this. Hey, hey, yeah, said it goes like this. Say la vie, oh, don't ask me, 'cause it goes like this. Yeah. So I pack my bags and I'm on my way. And all my friends are upside down, but I get around okay. Now I'm dancing on a tightrope, oh, like some silly little psycho. Only one way out of this two-lane town, and around we go, and it goes like this. Oh yeah, say it goes like this. Say la vie, oh, don't ask me, 'cause it goes like this. Oh, 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 oh. Say la vie, oh, don't ask me, 'cause it goes like this. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Booyakasha. Just that steady pressure. Really hard for the price to rise. I love it. Love it. Yeah. So one thing I was thinking about on that one is like the advantage of buying around 50 or even like 55, 60 is that the odds are kind of in your favor at that moment. And if you see on the order book it's piling up on to push your way, it seems like a really good moment to get in because you're already, the value is going to increase pretty rapidly if it's already on the correct side of the target, and it's going to get a push. So nice little 15 cents up, 3 cents. That was ugly. Nice little 15 cents. Almost pulled out for your stop loss. Yeah. One thing that's, I like about the early position, getting in early and just scalping that 15, 5, 10, 15 rise is that I'm not as careful with my stop loss. In fact, I don't even put one up for a while, especially if it stays close. But that's because my investment is so much lower, so a catastrophic loss doesn't hurt me as bad. But yeah, and I'm also gaining confidence in my reading of the order book and being cautious that just because it's real heavy on the top doesn't mean it's going to push down, but it makes it harder to go up. You know what I mean? And what I'm really focused on is how thin it gets on the other side. I'm not ruling out going in on up, but the order book, currently does not suggest that's what's going to happen. Down at 23 cents. Let's just see. Let's imagine I got in right now, 7 minutes to go, down 21 cents. The market says, well, there's just a lot of buying going on, so it's going to go up, but that order book says we're dropping. But we'll see. Well, and that might be one of those where, like, it's just a lottery ticket. You know, you buy a couple shares of the 22 down and then just let it ride, because it's like, you're either losing 44 cents or gaining, $1.50. So, but yeah, I would not be comfortable holding up at this moment. No, sir. No, sir. BTC is close to the target price on this one. Yep. Yeah, this is one where, it's getting more appealing. 94. And let me look at the chart, see where we're at. We're in a kind of a tight chart, so let's see. Yeah, I mean, we're just basically chopping sideways, which tends to happen on the weekend. So yeah, chopping sideways, maybe a ever so slight uptick in general, but it's pretty mid. I'd say if you were describing this market, it would be definitely mid. So yeah, we're kind of doing the opposite of what I do when I feel comfortable with the high probability. Like, I'm now factoring in, I think, more and more into my decision what I'm seeing on the order book, which is, I think, a good evolution in my learning as a trader. It's not just about how far away from the strike it is and how much time is left. It's also, what does the order book say? Like, is there a massive potential? If all you see is blank space on one side, no bars at all, it's like, that's no bueno. If it's coming in your direction, where you don't want it to go. Held on too long, took a loss. Oh, man. Yeah, it's funny how once you're out of the, I don't know if you find this to be true for you, but once you're out of the market, you almost like stop paying attention to it at all. Like, it's just like, yay, I'm done. I don't have to think about it anymore. So that's what I was doing there. I'm like, oh yeah, down got destroyed. Yeah, the chart, I held out a long time because I was like, I don't know. The order book kind of suggests a down, but like, it's not moving, So I was probably fortunate to get that little bounce and get it at exactly the right price to get out. Start looking at other things. Yeah, I know. Well, I smoke a cigarette and then drink coffee and, yeah, think about what I'm going to do on my building project today, and but this is when I'm doing live, this is my time to turn the focus to you guys, and attempt to provide information, share my thoughts, make it engaging, make it worthwhile to listen to, and if anything else, make it fun, laugh about it. So you got to laugh about this sometimes, because it can be kind of maddening, especially the past 4 or 5 days. It's been I've been just treading water, but I have a feeling it's going to be a good weekend. I have a feeling it's going to be a real good weekend. I'm manifesting that stuff. I was on the same mindset, and we left at the exact time. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I mean, we're simplifying this to a point where, it's pretty predictable what I'm going to do. If you're following me like Surge is, and Rainbow, and folks who are hanging out quite a bit, I mean, it becomes pretty predictable what I'm going to do, because you know what I'm looking at, and all the factors that are going into the decision making. So if I'm locked in and doing my thing, it's pretty predictable what I'm going to do. All right, let's see if we can get. I'm 2-0 in the last 2, so let's see if I can go 3 in a row.
Driving down the highway, doing 95 alone. Trying to reach you, call you, but you won't come to the phone. Remember me, said you'd be my heart's home. Guess you were biding your turn to go. Oh, I really should've known. Be with dynamite till we hit a red light. Then I see the signs. Oh, after all that time, this is it for us. You don't wanna try. God, your love was real, but it's down for us. Now you can't decide. Oh, oh, oh. After all this time, this is it for us. Change your energy, yeah, you switch things up. Now you seem brand new to me. But was that even for? Was you playing your games? Was you really bored? No. Oh, I really should've known. Be with dynamite till we hit a red light. Then I see the signs. Oh, after all that time, this is it for us. You don't wanna try. Thought your love was real, but it's down for us. No, you can't decide. Oh, oh, oh. After all this time, this is it for us. After all this time, this is it for us. After all this time, this is it for us. Oh, I really should've known. Be with dynamite till we hit a red light. Then I see the sign. Oh, after all that time, this is it for us. You don't wanna try.
Porch light flicker on the siding, moths dancing like they know the tune. Porch light flicker on the siding, moths dancing like they know the tune. Every breath feels borrowed, but tonight the world's in tune. Old chair hums beneath me, plank boards keep the time. Old chair hums beneath me, plank boards keep the time. If this sound ain't perfect, that's how I always mine. Someone left the radio humming low next door. Someone left the radio humming low next door. Static sings the harmony. I couldn't ask for more. Let the porch light burn uneven, let the shadows play. Yeah, the porch light burn uneven, keep the night from drifting away. If this ain't heaven, it'll do for today.
Never really know what's going on. Look at me sometimes like all you want to do
All right, another good win. How did everybody else do? Let's see here. Boom. 10-cent take profit early on. So you're not in until it hits 70 cents. Not necessarily. What I'm doing right now is a little bit different strategy than the kind of the standard strategy. Although what I just did right there was basically the standard strategy. What I'm looking for is a position that I feel has a high probability of moving up 10 cents. That's what I'm doing right now. So as soon as I'm kind of preferring around 50 cents, 60 cents as an entry. But if it's later, yeah, I'm doing like 80, 80, 75, 80, 85, 90, even 95 sometimes. But it's just a point where I feel like, based on the order book and what I'm seeing, that there's a good chance it's going to move. But I'm liking to be on the side that's more than 50%, I think, at this moment, because once it crosses the line, the price tends to be pretty stable until it flips over to the other side. So anyway, it just depends on the situation, but I'm looking at the order book, seeing what I think, what's most likely to happen in the short term, and then just trying to get in and get out. 10-cent profit. And that one took a little while to pan out, but yeah, I mean, I think great value even right now to get in at 90, even 95 cents on this one with only 3 minutes left. There's a lot of down pressure on this, so it really started early, and we were at the top of the 1 hour graph, so I stuck it down and took profit. Maybe scale out on the Kalshi graph when figuring out what move to make also. Yeah, so the 1 hour. Yeah, and a kind of classic thing in trading is looking for points of resistance. So we got a resistance here at 64,212, where it kind of tops out and comes back. 64,200 right now is a resistance point. And then the support is around 64,100 within this last hour. So we got, this is the kind of the low point right here. This is the high point right here, tending to move within this realm. And the Bollinger Bands kind of give you an idea of the potential that's available. So on the Bollinger Bands, the numbers are 268 for a high and 63,909 for a low. So that would be the expected range and where you're likely to meet resistance and where it's likely to bounce back. So we're in that 64, basically 250, 64,250 down to 63,900 is the range that we're looking at right now. Let's see here. Okay. I was going to ask for your bar graph. Oh, I see. Oh, for the trading view to do an hour. Oh, I'm confused. Getting a bad habit of jumping back in the market after a win. I mean, yeah, I prefer not to do it, but if you feel, I mean, it's all the same. Once you're out, it's a new opportunity, the next one to come in. So it's not necessarily a bad habit if the value's there, What program website? Yeah, Carlos, a win is a win is a win. We have to eat whenever we can, try not to be greedy and emotional, right? When you say 10 cents, you mean you sold each of your shares for a 10-cent profit? That's correct. Yes. So, Serge, you're talking about the bar graphs. Are you talking about the tape surf order book for Coinbase? The red and green horizontal bar graphs? Yes, revenge trading or trying to make it back is terrible. Yeah, so that website is TapeSurf, TAPESURF. And once you're there, I can kind of guide you through the settings that I'm using. But I'll talk to you after this market. So back to trading mode. Boom, bam. Yep, that was like happened so fast. I was like, oh, it's already over my. Maybe I should raise it. Like, it's already over my price. But yeah, I think I got more. I got more than 10 cents on that one. Even though I set it at 70, it gave me like 73 or 2 or something like that. So another win. Raising up. When the conditions are like this, it's like, oh, this is easy. Like, oh, man, no problem. Pretty quiet. You see a big chunk on the order board, not much underneath. Great. I'm in. So, yeah, the horizontal chart is tape surf. And what I do is there's some settings on there. Tape surf, if you do a Google search for Bitcoin order book tape surf, the Oh, here comes the helicopters again. The standard mode will give you 4 different exchanges. I don't know what'll come up for you, but my settings are unclick everything but Coinbase, BTC, USDC. So we're clicking on this. The mode is single. It's Coinbase, BTC, USDC only. And right now I've got it on, the grouping is 2.5. So it's putting everything into a 2.5 basket. I can change that. If it's more volatile, I'll go bigger, like 10, just to see a bigger window of what's possible. And then if it's really fine, if it's really small movements, like on the weekend it gets really quiet, I'll go down to 1 or even 0.5. Let me see if I'll give you here's all the options right here. I think that'll show up on your screen there. But yeah, I can go down all the way to 0.1 or up to 2,500. Yeah, maybe. Not sure you would need to be investing in these markets if you were worried about a 2,500 swing, but I think they can all be helpful for different purposes. What you're planning to do, but for me right now, I'm liking the 2.5. It gives me a good view of a somewhat big window, but also fairly good detail down to the price. And so as it gets quieter, I may move to 1 as the group. So I hope that helps. If you have any questions and you're setting it up and you need any guidance, just let me know. If you haven't already, I really appreciate if you give this stream a like. I try not to batter people with like and subscribe and comment and all that stuff, but it really does help, and it's sometimes helpful to remind folks how helpful that is for growing a channel like this. 339, is that right? Wow. All right. Up to 339. So yeah, it looks like everybody, I think everybody got a win there. Let's see, what does Serge have to say? Today I'm up pretty well. Yeah, so am I. I haven't updated my thing. Let's see where we're at here. Yeah. Including last night, up almost 8%. $16.33 since midnight last night. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. And that's the benefit of late night trading, and now we're in the weekend. So if you've been with me for the last 3 or 4 days, you know the difference right now between these conditions and what we've been doing. So this is a welcome relief. Much more predictable, much more slow moving. A lot of good opportunities to make some cash. So Rainbow, this is one I'm looking at considering again, because we're 6 minutes left. 99, we're up 30, 20. Up 20, still a lot of down pressure on the board. The price isn't moving that much. So, it's always a risk when you get in, but that 73 is not a bad, seems like pretty good value. I don't know, it's always a grain of salt. Somebody comes in and gets an urge to buy and wants to buy 50 Bitcoin. nothing you can do about that. But yeah, we'll see here. It's pretty tight. After that movement, it's like, yeah, no, never mind. And now you can see the top is clearing out. So much of what we're seeing today is like a big chunk on top that's keeping the price from rising. But if that falls away and clears out, you see the price wants to move up. And that's all those small accounts buying it up. You know, your average person is buying 0.00001 Bitcoin, you know, like, it's like, all right, let's see what everybody's saying here. I'm recovering from yesterday right now. Yeah, I've officially recovered from yesterday and moving in the positive, but yeah, it was a battle to recover. My issue last night was I was falling too much instead of moving on my own. I'm using his strategy and programs, but doing what I want to do. It's working. Yeah, well, first of all, if you're following me, you're lagging behind. You know what I mean? Because the stream is like, even if it's in ultra low latency mode, it's still going to be delayed by 4 or 5 seconds at the best, probably. Sometimes it gets down to 2 or 3, and sometimes it goes up to 15 or 20. So if you're totally following me, you're behind by up to like 15, 20 seconds. And that's no bueno, you know. That's behind the time. So I think what Serge is doing is absolutely spot on. You know, understand the strategy. If you want to use that strategy, it's up to you to make the decisions with the information that's most up to date in the moment on your screen, on your own computer. Because I'm always going to be delayed, you know. I'm always going to be slightly behind. Oh, yeah, definitely, bro. I feel the same way, too. And sometimes I go against what he put down, so I'll go up if he goes down. And that's wonderful, you know. I don't. This is definitely not a channel for copy trading because of the delay, one, and I'm not a financial expert, so really don't encourage making picks for people, you know what I mean? So I think both Surge and Rainbow are completely on the right path of like, you got to make your own decisions, you know, based on what you think is happening. I'm not the, you know, the fortune teller. I don't have a magic ball. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm following a strategy and trying to execute it in real time as accurately and as, you know, effectively as possible. And yeah, you can use my strategy, but in the end, you got to be able to execute it in real time. And yeah, if you're looking at my stream, you're going to be behind, and that can be really detrimental. So, and also, like, you know, I can have bad days too. Like, you know, this strategy, any strategy can have bad days. So, just because I make a decision doesn't mean it's the right one. So, I think it's a really good point that, you know, what do they say? Give a man a fish, he eats for a day. Teach a man to fish, he eats for a lifetime. And that's the idea, is like, teach you how to do it on your own so you can make your own decisions. And, yeah. Some days you're going to be more locked in than I am, you know, and more attuned to what's going on. All right, ready for quiet mode. We're going to get into this next market and see what we can do here.
Tell me what it is, 'cause I'm way too grown to be messing with a love like this. I give you love, but you ration yours. You open up just to close the door. You stay closing doors. I stay up late, trying to read your mind. I can't read your mind, but your love got rules that change all the time. Changing all the time. me, baby, say it with your chest. Yeah, tired of the maybes, I just want the yes. Don't play me like a song on the spin. If you ride for me.
That's exactly right, Serge. And I just want to come in and say real quick, everybody wants somebody else to do the thinking for them. Everybody else wants you to do the work for them. And I always laugh when I see up or down on this next one. It's like, you are not getting the point of this at all.
Always halfway in, halfway in. I did it all, I played pretend. I moved the mountains to be your friend. I wanna know if it mattered. I would have gone to war for you. I would have bent the earth in two just to get to our ever after. Something about this has changed. I wanna feel you close again. Don't let go. No, I don't want this to end. Whoa. Remember the start when you're breaking my heart again like blood on a pen. Would it matter then when everything starts to fade? I'm back like it's yesterday. Would it all full send? Would it matter then? Would it matter then? I did it all. I pulled the weight on my shoulders like it was fate. Don't tell me it was for nothing. You told me love wasn't true 'cause it didn't feel real to a cynic like you. But I'm pretty sure we walked into something. Something about this has changed. I wanna feel you close again. Don't let go. No, I don't want this to end. Remember the start when you're breaking my heart again like blood on a pen. Would it matter then when everything starts to fade? I'm back like it's yesterday. I want it all full send. Would it matter then? Would it matter then? Would it matter then? Another time around the block, I loved you around the clock. Break of dawn, might as well be midnight, talking on the dock. Everyone around us knows
Anyway, baby, just name the time. When I'ma come through, can you get me cruising on the moonlight? Top down, playing new sounds while the wind blows overhead. Checking my maps, heading a stack, keep it intact. Do me a favor, girl. Can you keep it warm for me, keep it on for me like a shower? I need it to run for me, hold it down till I'm pulling up. I finally made it, girl. And I'm at the door, see you walking up to me, and you got something that's showing what's underneath. Still you expect me to make it do pleasantries, baby, I'm yours. Love what you got on, but I want it all for you. We can play a song while I'm holding on to you. Rubbing in the hallway, no use for all the room. So what you wanna do? And she told me, she said it's all for you. I did it all for you. Baby, it's all for you. No, no, no. She said it's all for you. I did it all for you. Baby, it's all for you. No, no, no. We could catch a vibe here on this trip. I'm in your soul, you're on my head. I want you at my fingertips all night, all night. Love what you got on.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I was like, as soon as this gets, because that was not the price I wanted to buy it at. So being in at 73, I was like, yeah, if it gets above 73, I'm selling immediately. Like, I'm out, man. That's too close. I was trying to anticipate that. That's the trouble with being up against bots, is bots do it in a millisecond, and it takes me a second to press the button. So, but yeah, just waiting for that movement down. It was right on the edge. I was like, as soon as it gets to 50 cents and has energy, I'm going to be in. But once I pressed what I hoped was going to be like 55 cents and it was 73, it was like, yeah, I just want to get out of this thing, man. So I would have gotten a win if I stayed in, but you know, that's my strategy. If I say to myself, "Oh, I'm gonna get out as soon as we get to this point," my job is to do that. You know what I mean? That's the main thing. I almost sat out until I seen the order books freak out. I see him taking this win. Well, it was a win. It was just 14 cents, but that was a tough one, though. Yeah, that was tough. I was like, whew. I'm glad to survive that one because really should have probably just sat that out. But I was hoping to get the like 50 to 70 move. Instead, I got the 70 entry, you know. So I was like, no thanks. All right, well, that was almost an entire trading session just on that one. Not much talking on this one, so back to trading mode. I did want to come in and just say a few things just to reiterate, and you're probably noticing this. We definitely have made the transition into weekend mode. So whereas during the week, $100 difference might not be enough, $100 difference here is a mountain to climb. $50 is a mountain to climb. 20 can be a lot sometimes. So just kind of recalibrate your brain that like it's when it's this slow, you know, the numbers are a little bit different, and you gotta adjust your mind to that. I also wanted to say that we've got 3 of the stands in the room right now. We've got Serge, Rainbow, and Carlos. And I just want to, if you guys could just give a thumbs up or some kind of a comment to say you heard this. I just want to let you know that when I do my 1,000 subscriber episode celebration, the plan is to trade for my biggest supporters, the people who are with me the most, kind of reward them and trade for them for an hour. They're guaranteed like a $10, Venmo or PayPal being sent. But if I make more than that during their hour, they get all of that. So I just want to let you 3 know that you're on that list. So if you show up to that live, there's a high probability that I'm going to be trading for you for an hour. So keep that in mind. I'll give some advanced warning about when we're going to do that. And but you 3 in particular are here a lot, and I want to make sure that I thank you for all the support you give me and for hanging out with me and building this community with me. So keep that in mind. Know that that's why I said, Carlos, you're on that list. Serge, Rainbow, and Carlos. Yeah, you 3 are here all the time, and it means a lot to me. I appreciate you. So I'll give advance notice of when that's going to be, but yeah, look forward to that. It's coming up.
That girl is a runner, she was born to get away. Hear that two-tone humming, headed out to the highway. I should have seen it coming through the years left in the dust. But after all the lessons learned, it would end the both of us. There's a first for everything, like a hand holding mine. Now I'm left here with the pain from her I love you goodbye. And though it hurts to watch my whole world become the woman she would be, the thing that I forgot would set her free. I taught her how to leave. In the summer, man, it feels like yesterday, when she was looking out that window on the bus to second grade. The first step she'd ever take, the first cut from a heartbreak. Been through it all, but now it's time to go our taught her how to leave. There's a first for everything, like her hand holding mine. Now I'm left here with the pain from her I love you goodbye. And though it hurts to watch my baby girl become the woman she would be, the thing that I forgot would set her free. I taught her how to leave.
Sun is falling, speed in the black. Nobody driving, we're in the back. To the end of the world. Tides will rise, tides will fall. The gravity of you to the end of the world. Fortune teller, deck in her hand. Fool arcana lives on the land. The gravity of you. The gravity of you. Tides will rise, tides will fall. It'll always be true. Tides will rise, tides will fall. There's nothing we can do. How many suns we don't know. Our supernova tells us when we have to go. To the end of the world. To the end of the world. To the
Well, I got a lottery ticket now. I took the take profit off. I almost did the take profit at like when it was at 45, which would have been a little bit of profit for me, but couldn't make the move fast enough. So yeah, now I'm just like, well, it could go down significantly at any moment. So I'll hold on for the lottery ticket we got a possibility of it happening. So, and if not, I lost 40-cent contracts. It's not the end of the world. Sucks, but yeah. But now I've opened myself up for the lottery here. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Oh, do I have a take profit still on there? Oh, I do. I thought I took that off. Well, we're taking it off now. Now if it crosses down, it's a nice big payday for me. But if not, I'm kind of back to break even again. So, yeah, execution-wise, I would have liked to have been a little bit more prepared to hit the button at the right time on that one. But we're not over yet. Lottery possibilities are still there. So I like seeing that 10.3 in the red up above right now. So time is running out, but all we need is some dude to come in and say, you know what, I'm going to sell 100 Bitcoin right now. Yeah. Like you said, I don't really have anxiety about this because this is kind of part of this strategy is when you lose, it's 40 cents instead of, 90 cents per contract. It's 40 cents per contract. So we're within 14. Come on, look at that thin line. Yeah, just push down, will you? Push down. Almost there. Push. Push. I just need to get down to like 64.70. Come on, baby. So close. Oh. Just need kind of one big sale right now. Yeah. I would not want to be holding the up at 90, 98 right at this second. But it looks like it's going to hold, unfortunately for me. But that lottery ticket, yeah, that's a good part of the strategy for me is like, if I miss the stop loss or the take profit moment and it's like not worth as much as it, then it's lottery time. Let it ride. But yeah, we ran out of time, unfortunately, on that one. Got real close, but meh. Meh. Oh, damn it. Now it's going to do it. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, well. Back to slightly down. Oh, man. So, but again, that's one of those. The only thing I have to critique myself on that one is I should have been more prepared to just press the button and get out at 45 cents. But I was so convinced. I was like, 50 is going to happen. It was like right on the edge, so much down pressure on it, but it didn't happen. So, c'est la vie. Let me see. We got chat here. I know y'all nervous for me and cheering me on. Rainbow got out early, got a good win. Early win by Surge. Nice. He should have been locked in. Yeah, you're right, man. Yeah. So close. So close. I don't like to play that game of like basically gambling at the end, but when the strategy kind of didn't work and fell apart on me, then I go into might as well make it a lottery ticket mode. So, all right, I'm gonna stop talking because Serge is gonna give me a hard time for not locking in. So, I'm gonna get locked in.
this is it for us. Oh, I really should've known. Be with anyway till we hit a red light. Then I see the side. Oh, after all that time, this is it for us. You don't wanna try. God, your love was real, but it's not for us. No, you can't decide. Oh, oh, oh. After all this time, this is it for us. Porch light flicker on the siding, moths dancing like they know the tune. Porch light flicker on the siding, moths dancing like they know the tune. Every breath feels borrowed, but tonight the world's in tune. Old chair hums beneath me, playing boards keep the time. Old chair hums beneath me, playing boards keep the time. If this sound ain't perfect, that's how it's mine. Someone left the radio humming low next door. Someone left the radio humming low next door. Static sings the harmony. I couldn't ask for Let the porch light burn uneven. Let the shadows play. Yeah, the porch light burn uneven. Keep the night from drifting away. If this ain't heaven, it'll do for today.
Never really know what's going on. Look at me sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out,
golden sunlight. If I'm going with you, I know we'll get to the other side. Sinking in, I know this feels right. Catching a breeze, love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire.
In the morning, I wake up feeling no pain. Long stretches, I get to remember it. Then I see my bed is empty on one side. Back in the sheet, only place I can hide. In the morning, I'm wondering how I'm gonna get through the night. Sick and weary, and only your love's gonna make it right. I close the curtain, sweating, shaking all over. Imagine you're here. I'm looking up at the door. I'm a better man with your love than without. Stuck in the sill, I may never make it out.
Yeah, I was just waiting for that thing to hit 80, and I was going to get in real quick. So, nice little quick $4 there, but kind of dicey hanging around the thing, but God, it felt like it wanted to go down that whole time, and I was like, if it does, I'm in. So, I was locked in, boys. I was locked in, no doubt about it. I was on that one. Let's see. Let me catch up. We got a bunch of talking here. Let's see. Let's summarize this for folks watching in the future. All the chat here. Pinhead Larry is up 800 today. Congratulations, Pinhead Larry. I'm not going to lie. Looking at the 1 hour chart, I read this while, I've got the 1 hour chart up right now. Yeah, we'll keep that going and give that a shot for a while. Carlos lost 76 cents. Dang. I'm up like $2. I started with $1. Hey, man, that's like tripling your bankroll. Pinhead, how far into the 15 minutes are you placing your bets in? Early, late? Depends on the candle wick and target price. If the target price is way below the candle, I go for an up for early cash out. I get what you're saying. Are you using TradeView? Yes. To make on it, you have to be buying a pretty large. Yep. I start with 2K every day. That's pretty amazing. Yeah. So like, it's all percentages based on how big your bankroll is. So if you can come in with a big bankroll, you can make some big money. Cash out every time I hit 1,000 profit. Bam! I start back from 2K. Nice. We all hope to be there one day. That was a close one. Probably would have bet on this one. Larry, what is your time on TradeView at? Do you typically go down? Everybody wants to know. Larry made $800. We all want to know what you're doing, Larry. Tell us, Larry.
Breathe in, breathe out with you.
All right, finally got back on the right side of things there. We're learning from Larry at the moment. I haven't really been watching the chat, but interested to catch up here and see what we're learning from Larry. Right now, the target is in the middle of the candle. So, Larry, when you say in the middle of the candle, it's in the middle of the 1 hour candle. What time frame are we using here? I'm trying to get caught up here on the conversation. So, being in the middle of the candle, I'm just curious what that looks like on your trading view chart. Serge took 2 wins. He likes what Larry is doing. Larry's doing up here, he thinks. Lows hit. Sitting out. Switch to a red candle. It's iffy. Order book showed down. It's sitting towards the top, and the candle's about to close. How do you know when the candle is fully closed? I think the thin light is the highest offer, and the thick part is where people are buying and selling, if I remember correctly. Do you do this as a job? Kizzy, I do this as a hobby. I'm a recording artist, and I live off-grid on a homestead. I have a very simple life, so as a hobby, I'm hosting this community where we learn about prediction markets and do some live trading. So I would not consider this my job, but I am enjoying this role in my life. Look into how to read a candle. Switch to red, going under the target now. Okay, so Larry's using 15-minute candles. That's what I've got on the board for TradingView. I need to zoom in though. I'm not getting. It's too far out right now. Can you make this a job? Yes, probably. The challenge is surviving the beginning when your bankroll is low and you're tempted to want to grow it fast, and you overcommit your bankroll. You know, you put too much in on one given market. So if you're gonna want to try to make this a job, trading in general. It doesn't have to be. There's plenty of people that do day trading as work. It's hard. Most people lose at it. Most people fail. But if you find a real solid strategy, you get really disciplined at using that strategy, and you learn how to manage your bankroll, it is possible. All that being said, it's much easier. The better you get at it and your bankroll grows, it gets actually a little bit easier to maintain, because your percentages are just higher. You're winning hundreds of dollars instead of $2. You know what I mean? But the key is to not rush. You can't rush to get there. You gotta stick to what you have, what you're willing to lose. You have to be okay with losing whatever you're going to put on. If losing $1 is going to ruin your day, then you don't bet $1. You know what I mean? I invested when I reset this account, I put in $100, and I was okay losing $100. You know, it was just an amount I was okay losing, and everything was sized based on that $100. Those who watched me in the beginning saw me scale. The scale was really small. You know, I was like taking 25-cent profit. I was like 14-cent profit. But that builds up over time. So can you do it as a job? It is possible. You have to be very smart, understand your strategy, test your strategy, make sure it works, be disciplined. Yeah, I mean, I'm doing this 6 to 8 hours a day. And there are and the hardest part to learn is you have to learn how to scale your bankroll. You have to learn how to take a good loss. You have to learn how to sit out of markets that don't fit your strategy, and never revenge trade or try to make up a loss. Like, when you lose, you accept it. You go right back to the strategy. You don't change anything if you believe in your strategy. So all that being said, yes, possible. Most people struggle with doing it. Serge doubled his bankroll today, so he's. I stop when I'm down 15%. Yeah, it's a good. I mean, there are some days where the conditions are just beating you up, and it's best to just take a break and walk away, reset, let the market just kind of fumble around without you for a while. So going down 15% on a session is probably a good point to just say. Let's see what we got here. Kizzy, I'd love to speak with you on a voice chat sometime. Do you use Discord? I don't really do a Discord. If we do anything with this group, it's going to be on Reddit, because I've done a lot of work studying how to build an actual kind of community that has like a reward system within it in Reddit. So I would use Reddit. Yeah, I mean, for now, I'm not really comfortable doing a voice chat. But, if you hang out with me, if you have time to just hang out and watch me do my thing, you can ask questions of Serge, of Rainbow, of Carlos. They're all very familiar with what I'm doing and the strategy I'm using. So I started the day at 167 and I'm at 440 after this market. That's fantastic. It's fantastic. So anyway, Kizzy, for now, I just recommend checking out my videos if you want to, get a sense of what I'm doing, and just, watch and hang out in the chat. And there's, I think everybody who's in here kind of regularly is very familiar with kind of my strategy and what I'm doing. Back to trading.
I would have gone to war for you. I would have bent the earth in two just to get to our ever after. Something about this has changed. I wanna feel you close again. Don't let go. No, I don't want this to end. Whoa. Remember the start when you break in my heart again, like blood on a pen. Would it matter then when everything starts to fade?
Larry with a solid call there. And I was thinking the same thing. Kind of, if it wasn't going to push down past that point, it was likely going to bounce up a little bit. Just enough to get that 10 cent. Get that 10 cent. Surge got a win. Yeah, I mean, for my bankroll, it's a big win. You know, $2 on a 220 bankroll. It's good profit. Uh, 7. I go by my artist name as a recording artist, so 7 streams, but 7 is great. You can call me PNW. You can call me, hey dude or hey bro, whatever. I appreciate it. I would recommend zooming into the 15 chart and looking into the most recent candle like me and Larry. The 15-minute chart on Kalshi. Thanks, Pinhead Larry. Appreciate it. What do you want me to call you? Just Larry? Pinhead Larry is a mouthful, so. Lair? Can I call you Lair? All right, Larry. All right, Lair. If we can do one syllable, that's always good. But yeah, good call, Larry. Sounds like folks got a win there. I rarely do the up, so I. Fourth one in a row. Nice. Gotta love it. Yeah, these are good conditions if you're patient. You got to be really patient right now because the movement sometimes can take like 10 minutes to happen, So you got to wait for it. But I do like these conditions because a movement makes a huge difference in the price. And so, yeah. They're definitely, the helicopter, I don't know if you guys can hear that on the microphone. I'm using a condenser, so it might just pick up my voice and not the background noise. But we got choppers. Like, my backyard is basically an airfield, so we got choppers just flying around. 3% is 3%. Yeah. Yeah, Limber. You're welcome. Three in a row for Dr. Fizz. Oh, really? Interesting. That's the benefit of using a condenser mic is it only really picks up what's right in front of it. It doesn't pick up the background hardly at all. So sometimes I forget. I speak right into it, and you'll get the pop, pop, pop. But as long as I hold it off to the side a little bit, the sound should be decent. My win rate is like around 90. Losses are real big. I'm in the same boat, Larry. That's exactly how I do it. I'm around probably 90% in general. But when I lose, I try to use the stop loss to limit those big losses. And that has actually been the biggest help to maintaining my bankroll and like having it steadily climb is like as soon as I lose my edge, I'm out. Especially if I'm in at like 85 cents or 90 cents or something like that. Like if I lose that edge, I got to get out. 82, it's down to the wire. 88. Ran out of time though. The margins are tight right now. It is quiet weekend market activity. I tend to flourish on these markets. So I look forward to the weekend because everybody else does something else, and I get even more focused on this. All right, back to trading. Larry, I'll be sure to answer that in detail as soon as I'm out of this market. But yeah, stop loss is super important, and I'm happy to kind of talk you through my thoughts on how to do that.
J-Bed singing something about the way things used to be. Now I'm dancing on a wire like a cheap paper tiger, strumming on a heartstring stereo to a song that no one knows, and it goes like this. Hey, hey, yeah, said it goes like this. Say la vie, oh, don't ask me, 'cause it goes like this. Yeah.
two-tone humming, headed out to the highway. I should have seen it coming through the years left in the dust. But after all the lessons learned, it would end the both of us. There's a first for everything, like a hand holding mine. Now I'm left here with the pain from her I love you goodbye. And though it hurts to watch my whole world become the woman she would be, the thing that I forgot would set her free. I taught her how to leave. In the summer, man, it feels like yesterday, when she was looking out that window on the bus to second grade. The first step she'd ever take, the first cut from a heartbreak. Been through it all, but now it's time to go our separate ways. There's a first for everything, like a hand holding mine. Now I'm left here with the pain from her I love you goodbye. And though it hurts to watch my whole world become the woman she would be, the thing that I forgot would set her free. I taught her how to leave. There's a first for everything, like her hand holding mine. Now I'm left here with the pain from her I love you goodbye. And though it hurts to watch my baby girl become the woman she would be, the thing that I forgot would set her free. I taught her how to leave.
Sun is falling, speed in the black. Nobody driving, we're in the back. To the end of the world. Tides will rise, tides will fall with the gravity of you. To the end of the world. Fortune teller, deck in her hand. Fool arcana lives on the land. The gravity of you. The gravity of you. Tides will rise,
Yeah, I stayed in there, stayed in there as long as I could, hoping I'd get some kind of signal. But up was probably the position, but it just never felt comfortable enough for me to be a part of that one. So I'm going to sit out and wait for a better signal next time. Let me catch up here on the chat. Red candle might form here. Boop, shot back up. Surge won twice. He knew it would dip twice. How did you know? Order books, candlestick. All right. Horizontal graph. I need to learn that. So let me talk about a couple things, and I'm going to skip the next one just because, well, at least I'm going to get in later because it's so close anyway. I'm going to start doing the normal or my go-to strategy. We're starting at 7 minutes 30 seconds. So let's talk about a couple things. One is the order book that we got on the screen is Coinbase, and it can be tricky because everything changes really fast. You see these orders popping up and moving out and in and out. When it's quiet like this, it's a little bit more stable, so it's a little bit easier to read. Keep in mind that the order books doesn't predict the future, but it does tell you where it's hard for the price to move. So the bigger the candles are, the more shares there are for somebody who's buying or selling to chew through when they make their order, when they choose to buy or sell. These are orders that are on the books, ready to be taken. These are makers who are making the market. They're saying, I will sell here, I will buy here. When it gets to be big chunks on one side and it's really thin on the other side, it's going to tend to move. It's going to tend, not always, but it's going to tend to move toward the thin side. So if you get a big chunk on, for example, top and real thin on the bottom, it doesn't mean it's going to move. But if somebody does buy or sell there, it's going to move it a lot. If we're talking about up and down, it would be somebody selling there. If we're talking about heavy on the top, light on the bottom, if somebody chooses to sell in that moment and take the bids that are on the board and they do a big order, they're going to chew through a ton of orders and drive the price way down. But if there's a big bar there, if there's a big chunk of orders at a spot, it's much harder to eat through. But like you just saw there, either somebody bought there or somebody decided to take their orders down that were kind of blocking the movement. So right now, it would kind of tend to slightly favor up in the moment on the order book, slightly. But again, it all depends on somebody has to pull the trigger and actually execute an order. Like somebody has to be a taker and take what's on the board. So we're at the mercy of the corporations and the wealthy folks who are buying big amounts of Bitcoin. We can't see it ahead of time. We don't know it's coming, but we do know when it's harder for a big bid to eat through a lot. So the bigger the bars, the more resistance there is to going in that direction significantly. With these tight margins, I'm going to change over now to 1 as far as the grouping. So right now, if you're within a $2.50 range, you get grouped into 1 bar. Because it's so tight and the movements are so small, I'm going to move now to changing that to 1. And now you're going to see a lot more movement in finer detail, and you'll see that movement. You can see right now it's 1.8 on the green, the bid side, and 0.9 on the red side, right at that dollar amount. So it doesn't tell us which way it's going to go, but it's going to be harder for it to go down, right? So that's basically how to read the order book. If you have any questions, let me know. As far as taking a stop loss, once I get in, what I'm trying to do is if it moves against me, I lose my edge. I want to take a loss that is above 50 cents. I want to maintain or as close to 50 cents as possible. So I pick a number on Bitcoin, on the Bitcoin price, on the actual CF benchmarks that I'm going to execute a stop loss on. And Larry, my video that I just did, the 17-minute video, kind of shows my technique for how to do that. But it's basically take the best offer on the market at that moment and get out, if it crosses that line. So for example, right now, if I were to get in on the up right this second, and I said, okay, we're in at 133, 107 is the line. I'm in. I got my take profit on the board. I'm ready to take profit at, like, let's say 85 cents. So the take profit is on the board, and now I can just go in, edit the price to just 1 cent, and get ready to press the button. I won't sell at 1 cent. I'm telling the system I want the best price above 1 cent when I press this button. And that's what the system will do. It won't give you 1 cent. It'll give you, but that makes sure it doesn't slide all the way down to like single digits in an instant, and you lose everything. So you want the stop loss to be able to press a button real quick and boom, you're out. For me, it's really important to pick a number. So for example, right now I'm in. I'm going to say to myself, I want to give myself close to the line in these conditions. But I'm going to say if it crosses 110, if it hits 110 or below, I got to sell. For a loss, probably going to be for a loss, but like that's the number, because now I've lost my edge. It's like 50-50. We don't know what's going to happen. And that's because I bought high. So I bought at 70 whatever. So I got to protect us. Oh, no. The powers that be disrupted the chat, so they were saying you're talking too much. Let me catch back. Let me catch back up. But I hope that helps, Larry. My video, the 17-minute video I just did, is pretty detailed about how to do the stop loss. So, yo, bro, what's the next move? You tell us. What line is thinning? That graphic keeps moving. You're always right. Richard's got $2, wants to turn it into 100. Absolutely. Can happen. You got to be very patient and take small wins and let them build up over time. But, you can do it. So the bar is big at 110 and 107, so it's most likely to fall a lot around that price. Juan just watched the video. Thanks for doing that. Oh, Pinhead, Lair watched the video too. I just get nervous on when to back out. So yeah, it takes some practice to do the stop loss and just remove anxiety from it. I think it's one of the best skills to develop. And I always congratulate myself when I take a good loss. It always sucks to lose money. But if you train yourself to say, hey, here's the number. I know it's going to be around 50 cents a share at that point. And it's no longer, I've lost my edge. The edge is gone. That you got to execute the stop loss then and there at that moment. So just pick a number. It can be below the line if you have less money invested in that, less per share invested. But pick a number where you think you can get out and still hold on to, a fair chunk of what you invested. But it's hard to get good at taking a stop loss because everything in your being is like, oh, hold on, it could turn around at any moment. Like, just don't, wait, and then it's worth nothing. Like, or sometimes you get the counter feedback of like it worked out, and it's like, yeah, great. But if you didn't stick to your guns, if you didn't stick to the strategy that you laid out, in my mind, that's a loss for me as a trader. You know what I mean? Because my job is to have a strategy, stick to it 100%, and yeah, just even if I end up getting the stop loss and it ends up winning, I have to train myself to say it's not about that result. It's about me executing the strategy effectively and not. So that's a tough skill to learn, and I'm working on it myself. It's hard to see money. It's hard to lose money. Nobody wants to lose money. But once you see this, your strategy starts to, especially with a 90% win rate like we have, when you have a 90% or even 80%, whatever win rate, your only main job is to limit the losses. Because if you limit the losses, you will be profitable, right? So in the stuff we're talking about, the way we're investing in these markets, learning to be disciplined about a stop loss is probably the biggest skill. I would put that right up with avoiding revenge trading or trying to get it back from a loss. That's big too. Learning how to sit out and not invest in a certain market, that's big too. But I hope that helps with that lecture on the stop loss. All right, I'm gonna go silent and just see if I can. I focused on providing content during that one, but let's see if I can still grab something from this.
taking all over. Imagine you're here. I'm looking up at the door. I'm a better man with your love than without. Stuck in the cell, I may never make it out. In the morning, I'm wondering how I'm gonna get through the night. Sick and weary, only your love's gonna make it right. Yeah, only your love, only your love. Only your love, only your love. Just a little, take me along the way. Won't you visit? Won't you stop by to stay? I'm a better man with your love than without. In the cell, I may never make it out. And in the morning, I'm wondering how I'm gonna get through the night. I'm sick and weary, only your love's gonna make it right. Yeah, only your love, only your love. Only your love, only your love. Only your love, only your love. Only your love, only your
Can't wait to wake to your love in the morning. This simple thing that we do. Breathe in, breathe out.
Well, I decided to take a smaller win there and just get out of that. Yeah, thought I'd end this stream because we are coming up on the 4 o'clock time, Pacific time. Thought I'd end that with a win. Make sure I close with some good energy. Yeah, some good advice from Larry in the chat. Just keep in mind with candlesticks, we're looking for big solid chunks. The more we get the candle, the actual wick, the more dangerous we got, which is kind of going back and forth. So if it starts at the target and just goes down the whole time, that's a good thing. We like that. We're a fan of that. So the wick isn't even close to target. I think it stays down. I was pretty confident once it got to 110 that it wasn't going to come back up, which makes sense. A big rise on the last one and kind of overbought. Somebody came in, bought a bunch, and there's such small volume right now that the market will correct for that pretty quickly, and it did right there. So these conditions are very choppy, very sideways, very small movements. So when you get a big movement, it's possible that you'll get a retracement of that pretty quickly, especially if it's kind of at the upper limit of where it's been recently. So all that being said, we're trying to predict the future a little bit, but down was pretty strong. Once it went down 30 is a lot right now. And if you look at the order book and all, it's pretty thin on the bottom, pretty heavy on the top. So it's going to want to push down even more. So yeah, down is pretty strong on this one. So yeah, this is what you want. You want starts in one direction, never looks back, stays pretty stable away, so you can get in. And yeah, if it wasn't my last one of the afternoon, I would have probably held until 95 or something, maybe even higher on this one. But yeah, I hope you all made some money on this one. How do you access that order book chart? So that's on a website called TapeSurf, TAPESURF, TapeSurf. And the settings are, we're doing single. You can do aggregated and compact, which are just different settings. Aggregate combines a bunch of different markets into one. I'm just focused on Coinbase, so I've just got the Coinbase selected for single. And then you can choose how wide you want the buckets to be. How wide you want the graph bars to be. When it's really tight and really quiet like this, I want a small number so I can see in kind of minute detail right around the price, the current price. So we're at 1 on the chart right now. So that TapeSurf, Coinbase, BTC, USDC, single mode, group 1. And just, oh, you're welcome. All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure you got that. Yeah, I spent like a whole day looking at the MapBook website or the software and seeing if it gave me. I found it after doing a bunch of research on it that it gave me basically the exact same thing as TapeSurf did, only like visually more difficult to read. no matter how I changed the settings, it was visually not as appealing and not as clear. So I like Tape Surf. I think it's you can add in Kraken, and you can add in Binance as well. It comes up immediately with 4 different exchanges. Just keep in mind that Binance, the price tends to be a little higher, but it can give you a sense of where the market's going. That is the biggest exchange on the planet for crypto is Binance. So you can use anything on there, but I'm really finding Coinbase to be the most helpful, the most accurate for what I'm trying to do. So when should I change between 1 and 2.5? If it's like super up and down and crazy, you want to zoom out. So you want bigger numbers. So the quieter it gets, the lower the number. You want to zoom in and see what's going on. But like when it's really chaotic, you might want 10, the number to be 10. That puts everything in that $10 window in one bucket, in one line. So it just depends on how quiet it is and how much detail you want for what you're doing. I tend to want really fine detail while still having some sense of if there's a huge order, within a reasonable distance that will affect the price. So, yeah, it just depends on how much volatility there is in the market at that moment. Yeah, volatility, how fast the market moves, just depends. If it's moving up 100 and down 100, you want to be able to see it probably at a 5 level. It just depends. It just depends on you can play with it and see what works. But for me right now in these quiet conditions, I'm zoomed in on $1 per bucket. So. Because right now, a couple dollars of movement is a lot. So, you're welcome, Larry. Thanks for sharing all of your thoughts with the chat today. Appreciate that. Learning a lot and improving my strategy even more. We'd love to hear that. I appreciate that. Well, that's it for this session for me. I want to thank all of you. It's been a really fun session. A lot of learning going on. A lot of sharing of information. I appreciate all of you. Especially the stands who are here on the regular. I'm going to go out, do some painting, do some stuff on my property, and relax. And then I will be back around 8 p.m. Pacific time. And we'll do the evening session for about 3 or 4 more hours. Again, thank you so much. You guys are the best. We'll talk to you later.